Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Saya tidak
Kau orang jangan di sini.
Hello, good
Hello,
morning.
good morning, everyone. Thank you, thank you. Okay. All right, good morning. All right, good morning. While waiting for the other participant to join us, there's some
Morning, ladies and
announcement.
gentlemen.
It's not really an announcement actually. It's just to wrap up the program yesterday.
Good morning, Dr. Florence.
But
Ladies and gentlemen.
Can all the participants hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes,
I can hear. Doctor, I can hear.
Right.
Yes, I can hear you also.
Yeah. Okay. Right. Yeah. All right. Good morning again, everyone. I'm Mama speaking. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the second day of the webinar and on Leaf Color Chart application. All right. Before we start with our webinar today, this morning, briefly on our program today. In short, while we will hear presentations from Mr. Anwar Juhaidi Muhammad Nordin, entitled an overview and way forward of paddy industry in Malaysia. After that, we will listen a presentation from Ms. Rafida Zainun on organic paddy cultivations in Kedah, followed by a country paper presentation from 6 ASEAN member states. Now we will conclude the webinar once the country presentations, paper presentation completed. The participants is required to complete the evaluations questionnaire, which will be shared in the chat room later. All right. Mr. Anwar, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right. Okay. All right. To begin with the webinar, let me introduce our paper presenter. Mr. Anwar Juhaidi bin Muhammad Nordin is an agriculture officer, and he began his career as a civil servant in the year 2001. Currently, he was attached in Ministry of Agriculture and Food Industry and holding a position as Senior Principal Assistant Secretary at Paddy Industry Development Division. With his 21 years experience as agronomist and extension agent, I'm pleased to invite Mr. Anwar Juhaidi to present his paper entitled An Overview and Way Forward of Paddy Industry in Malaysia. A participant can also ask question in the chat room or unmute to speak. So maybe you can also interrupt Mr. Anwar while he's presenting her paper. All right, Mr. Anwar, you have about 45 minutes and the floor is yours. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Florence, and for the welcoming note this morning. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. As been introduced, my name is Anwar Juhaidi bin Muhammad Nordin, the Senior Principal Secretary at MAFI, Malaysia, from Malaysia. So I hope all the participants have a good day, good morning this morning, and a very good mood today. So without further ado, would please the Secretary present my slide, please. So while we are waiting for the Secretary to present my slide, then my slide is very simple, ladies and gentlemen, but I would like to share my experience and our way forward from Malaysia.
Anwar Juhaidi.
Yeah, okay. So we might use this slide as well. Where we just move to the second slide. Okay, for the picture first. The previous one, please. Yeah, okay, this. Ladies and gentlemen, as a welcoming pictures for you to refresh our mind for the paddy. This picture was taken in various places in Malaysia. The very left one is from Kota Belud, Sabah. As the right one also the Kota Belud, Sabah. And if you may look at the picture, you may see the Mount Kinabalu on the right picture, left of the picture. You may see the very small There's a mountain there, but it is the highest mountain in Malaysia. For the lower one also from the Kota Belud Sabah. The very left one is from Kota Belud Sabah. As the right one also the Kota Belud Sabah. And if you may look at the picture, you may see the Mount Kinabalu on the right picture, left of the picture. You may see the very small mountain there, but it is the highest mountain in Malaysia. For the next slide, may I ask the secretary why I'm still listening my own voice delay? As the right one also the Kota Belud Sabah. And if you may look at the picture, you may see the Mount Kinabalu on the right picture, left of the picture. You may see the very small mountain there, but it is the highest mountain in Malaysia. For the next slide, may I ask the secretary why I'm still listening my own voice delay? As the right one also the Kota Belud Sabah. And if you may look at the picture, you may see the Mount Kinabalu on the right picture, left of the picture. You may see the very small mountain there, but it is the highest mountain in Malaysia. For the next slide, may I ask the secretary why I'm still listening my own
Yeah.
voice?
Mr. Anwar, we apologize for the we have some problems. Can you hold a moment? Yeah.
The Mount, yeah, okay, sure. May I ask the secretary why I'm still listening my own
Yeah.
voice?
Mr. Anwar, we apologize for the we have some problems. Can you hold a moment? Yeah.
The Mount, yeah, okay, sure. May I ask the secretary why I'm still listening my own
Yeah.
voice?
Mr. Anwar, we apologize for the we have all right. We apologize once again, Mr. Anwar. We apologize because the technical problems. All right. Can we start again, Mr. Anwar? Can you start again?
Yes, Secretary, thank you for the rectifying the problem we had. I hope this we do not have any delay anymore. Okay, for this slide. I read just now that participant from Myanmar cannot hear my sound very clear. How is it now? Dr. Kim Mu?
Yes, now, yes.
Okay, thank you. So, okay. As we are seeing the slide now, and I hope that all the participants can see it very clear, though it is quite small. In Malaysia, we have the planted area nearly 700,000 hectare per year, which is our area of paddy is only 310,000. And for the planted area is for 699,000, as we are planting the paddy twice a year. And our average yield, national average yield in Malaysia is 4.183 metric ton. This is from the statistic department year 2020, and this is not yet being verified. This is coming soon to be verified and to be concluded as official numbers by the end of this year. But anyway, during the year around 17, 18, and 19, our national average is around 4 metric ton per year. And our consumption for the Malaysian people, including all the workers from outside, as stated from the Department of Statistics Malaysia, DOSM, the Malaysian people, everybody in Malaysia consume just about almost 74 kilogram of rice per year, as we can see on the slide that showed you here. And our self-sufficient level currently is 63% in year 2019, and it is not significantly increased in year 2020. It was maybe about another 3% due to our some of improvement when we made in our industry. For our year production in Malaysia, as we can see in the slide, the recent year 2020, we produced about 2,900,000 metric ton yield of paddy, and this is quite a good increment compared to year before, 4 years before, from 2016 to 2019. And in Malaysia, we have two types of area, which is we consider this as one is a rice bowl area and one is a non-rice bowl area, which is the most important and the complete with irrigation and drainage system. We call it the rice bowl. And for the area with inadequate infrastructure, we consider it as a non-rice bowl area, which is represent only 25% from the all planted area in Malaysia. 25% only considered as a non-rice bowl. The rest of the area in Malaysia is considered as a rice bowl area and has been monitored and controlled by the authority at the respective area. And our paddy production value currently is 2.7 million as produced by the Department of Statistics Malaysia year 2019. For this slide, do you have any questions, any thoughts on this? I welcome the participant to ask as we are going through this presentation. Okay, if we do not have any question yet, we may just let the secretariat move to another slide, please. This is again our picture activity at our very own paddy field, and this picture is taken from the rice bowl area in Perak. And next, please. And this is also from our rice bowl area in Pahang, specifically in Rompin, the state of Pahang, one of the biggest state in Malaysia. And this is the information of our way forward for Malaysia paddy industry. Currently, as we saw from the previous slide, our SSL is 63%, and we are targeting 75% of SSL for the next 3 or 5 years. 3 to 5 years, we are targeting towards 75% SSL in Malaysia. With the target average yield will meet the national average yield, will meet the 7 metric ton per hectare, and this will commit to the 75% SSL. For the industry transformation program in Malaysia, yesterday, we had launched the program of Smart Large Scale Scheme, or we call it Smart Padi Berskala Besar, by our minister. This is our new approach, that this is somehow, if I may share, it's just as same as a program in Vietnam, I believe, from Lok Toi. Do we have any participant from Vietnam today?
We don't have any Vietnam participant.
Oh, okay. So somehow this, if I may share, this is likely some program nearly like the Vietnam program, but of course this is our way. And for the way forward as well, nowadays people are talking about the Industry Revolution 4.0, and we are not going to left behind. So we want Malaysia to be a part of this program. We involve the private equity, and the private equity has successfully attracted to be one of the biggest participant in this industry in Malaysia. We welcome them to use the technology implementation in the industry, as well as they want to invest a lot in paddy industry nowadays. We call it this Smart Partnership Development Program between the government, the farmers, and the private equity to increase the yield increment for the paddy in Malaysia. And not to forget that if we're bringing all this successful technology in the industry, we are not going to left all the farmers, all the officers to left behind, and we create and to form a knowledgeable and high-tech farmers in Malaysia. We open all their mind to open the awareness and development technology and the program to them. Okay, next please. This is again one of the paddy rice bowl, and this has been taken from Pekan Pahang. The picture from one rice bowl. Okay, next. This is what what I've told you just now. We involve the private equity to get involved with the government to increase the yield of the paddy in Malaysia. This private equity, we invest the operation expenditure up to 3,200 per hectare in ringgit, likely like 1,000 USD per hectare. This is the average operation expenditure in Malaysia. It might be more, but this is an average OE in Malaysia for paddy field. And we require the private equity to introduce the new technology approach to increase the yield, to increase the production of the paddy in Malaysia. We have the system that we have the contract farming with the farmers. We require the private equity to have the contract with the farmer, but the land remain as the farmer's land. We do not reckon the private equity to acquire or to buy the land from the farmers, because this is a very personal matter to the farmers to save their land for them. And as well, we have the service provider, that the drone and the other machineries from Malaysia. That some of the farmers are not going to have all the machines, so we have the service provider and recently we want to introduce the provider for the modern technology like the drone and somehow the IoT things. And the government, our role is to make a policy, and we giving them the farmers and the private equity a basic input incentives and output incentives. But we are not going to consider this a very heavily subsidized industry. We're quite open to help our stakeholders, but we do not want to give all the fund solely to the industry, because we have to help other industry in the food chain. And also focusing on the paddy, we want to control and to monitor the quality of seed production, because recently for past few years we had problems in seed production, and now we are going forward to have to improve our seed production systems. We are learning and we want to adapt somehow from the US and from the Australia on how they manage to control and monitor the quality of the seed. And we have also have a part of from the Department of Agriculture, DOA, which is from Dr. Florence side, the extension service to the stakeholder. This extension is including the service, transfer of technology, transfer of the knowledge, and everything that are needed in the industry. Okay, next please. Okay, this is also the picture from the one of our rice bowl. Okay, this is what I said just now, the seed production program. Again, the government is just for policymaker. As a policymaker, we going to monitor and regulate the activity, and the quality check will be also done by Department of Agriculture and our ministry as well. And we would like to improve the system that the researchers or the breeders will have to do the research for the new breed, and the holder of the breeder seed level, because in Malaysia we have 4 level of seed. One is a breeder, one is a foundation, one is registered, and the other one is certified seed. And the farmers will just use the certified seed level. So at the researchers or breeders, they are holder of the breeder seed level, and they will require to control the quality to make sure the seed is good to go to another level of producer. Before this, the Department of Agriculture will monitor and regulate the quality from the breeder seed before it is disseminated to next level to the foundation seed. So then our next move is we want to researcher to take care of their breed, and they will select the producers of the seed from the business level, from the that now we are not we have a problem with quality of the seed. We have a pest and disease before, and that's made us having a shortage in market for like 2 or 3 years back. So for these seed producers, holder to the foundation seed, registered seed and certified seed will be hands over to only one seed producer, and this one seed producer will just hold one variety, and we will have another variety will be hold for another producers. This is our way forward. And from this complete supply chain, from the foundation seed until the certified seed, this seed producer will make sure they have to control the quality by themselves and being controlled and monitored also by the breeders. If this quality has been dropped, the researchers of all the breeders will be fined by the monitoring body from the government. And the farmers, we hope that they will receive the best quality of seed from these many varieties in the market, suitable with their locality. Somehow we have a drought tolerant, we have the saline tolerant, because geographically in Malaysia we have a few problems with the geography. Sometimes we have a drought, sometimes we have a flood, sometimes we have a high level of salinity in our paddy field. So I think that should be all from me this morning. The way forward and the new approach for the Malaysia paddy industry. So I welcome all the participants if you have any idea to be shared, any question to be asked for me. Now, thank you for my presentation this morning. Dr. Florence.
Thank you, Mr. Anwar, for your interesting presentations, which it's cover Malaysia paddy overview in general, the way forward of paddy industry in Malaysia, and also he also sharing the smart partnership programs and the new approach in seed production program as well. All right, we still have much time for questions. Any question from our participants? You can raise your hand, or you can put the questions in the chat room, and or you can unmute and ask question to our speaker. All right, here's one question from Myanmar.
How to
support seed seed producer in your country?
If I may have another elaboration from Dr. Kim, what do you mean how to support seed producer?
Dr. Kim, can you elaborate your question?
Yes, I think simple farmer and different seed producer differently support to the seed producer in your country or your department. Differently support seed producer. Certificate seed or traditional seed difference.
Okay, I'll try to answer your question here. In Malaysia, we have the incentive for the seed producer from the how many tonnage they produce, the quality one only. We will pay them some of their capital for the producing the seed. So we hope that our support to this producer through this scheme, the incentive that we give them will give them the moral support for them to keep going to produce the very good quality of the seed. But nowadays, we require also the breeder to make a fast move to produce more varieties, more selective and a good selective of variety to our farmers. So that is how we support the seed producer in Malaysia. And currently, we just only have about 12 seed producer in Malaysia.
To give seed only seed support or other input support.
Pardon?
Can you
Yes, you give to seed producer seedless. I would like to know you give the seedless to seed producer.
Do you mean what government give to the seed
Only
producer?
seeds or other imposed materials.
Mr. Anwar, can you get the questions and can you answer the question?
Does Dr. Kin mean that we give the infrastructure as well, or just the incentive? We
Yes.
do not, we do not give the infrastructure to the seed producer, but we just give them, we support them through the incentive. It is just we give the some fund to them only if they produce a very good seed from the producer. So that is called the incentive from the good quality seed only. If they are producing a bad quality, we do not pay them the incentive. But the infrastructure at their place, it is on their own capital.
Yes. Thank you, your answer.
If they want to be a seed producer, they have to develop by their own for the infrastructure. But of course, they can acquire the capital from the bank, from the government grant, but have to pay back gradually.
How about your seed price? 1 kilogram seed price.
Okay, our seed price is capped at the maximum 35 ringgit per 20 kilogram bag.
Yes.
That is the highest price for the farmers to buy. It is about 10 USD per bag. One bag is 20 kilogram. Normally, we are using maximum 7 bags in 1 hectare for the direct seeding in Malaysia. But if you are using the transplanter, we are just using 4 bags per hectare. So I think I answered your question, Dr. Kin. I'm sorry if there is some lack of information that you require. So I think I can move to Indonesia's Miss Asih Farmia. Betul ya namanya? Asih. How about development paddy breeder? What do you mean? How about development paddy breeder, Miss Asih?
Thank you, your answers for my question.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Kin. And Miss Asih, may you expand your question, please?
If I may read the questions, Mr. Anwar, she asked about development paddy breeders in Malaysia. How we develop the paddy breeders in Malaysia, and what will be the strategies to develop the paddy breeders? I think that's what the participant from Indonesia mean.
Okay. Currently, like I said, we have 12 paddy breeders. 12 paddy producers. These all producers come from the breeder. And back to your question, Ms. Asih from Indonesia, all these breeders, they do and they did all this research by their own, and we are welcome from every research institute and every research body in Malaysia, which consists from the research development institute, from the universities, and from other agencies like Nuclear Malaysia, University Putra, University Kebangsaan Malaysia, and also from our local MARDI, Malaysia Agriculture Research Institute. So they have their own research program at their place. So from the ministry, we just only monitoring and guide them how to get their breed pairs. We give them the guidelines on what we need on producing the good quality of seed. And we do have the technical board to evaluate all these breeds, the new breed that has been produced by the breeders. Then only we allow them to go to the market. And yes, there are incentive for the breeder. There is not so called the incentive, but it is more to the royalty for the breeder. It is like the music one that we used to live during the cassette time or the CD time. One cassette or one CD, we give them a royalty for like $1 per copy. So that is the system. We give them like one time for some amount of incentive for the breeder in terms of royalty, and the royalty will be paid from the producer, not from the government. And how about the role of the private sector? Or private sector in which level, Ms. Asih?
Right. It's. I think. I think. The questions been answered by Mr. Anwar, Ms. Asih.
Ya, Ms. Asih. Keterlibatan private sectornya dari level mana ya? Oh, the seed company. Okay, the seed company, it is like just now I said, we have 12 producers, and all these producers, they have their own capital on producing all the seeds. Government has only the role of paying them the incentives for the good quality seed produced by them. If they are producing the bad quality of seed, then we will not pay them the incentives. So their role is to make sure they produce the good quality, adequate, and at a very good storage level that we require. We will tell them how many seed that we need, and they have to produce as been instructed. And every company in Malaysia, we will give them the quota that they will hold just a certain amount of numbers for their company. If they exceed the quota, we will fine them because it is illegal for them to keep the seed more than the quota given. So I think I answered your question, Ms. Asih.
Maybe I add a bit on your questions and your answers, Mr. Anwar. Okay,
Yes,
Department of Agriculture, yes, Department of Agriculture is monitoring the quality of the seed, means especially the paddy seed, and the research institute will be develop the breeder's seed. So the breeder's seed will be given to the producer, I mean to the seed producer, apply the seed, and before we can give it to the farmers. Am I right, Mr. Anwar?
Yes, couldn't be wrong than that, Dr. Florence, because I believe, because I believe for the information of this participant, Dr. Florence also had a vast experience in this seed quality. She used to be in the seed quality division before.
Right. Yeah. All right. Is there any other questions from the participant? Any other questions from the participants? All right. My question to Mr. Anwar: what will be the biggest challenge in paddy industry in Malaysia?
This is about we have a quality issue for the seed, and also the most important is how to produce a good yield in our area. So this good yield for the paddy is not very much depending. The major is not only for the seed but also the agronomy practice in Malaysia, and we are going to increase all these activities to make some good improvement, as good as also the soil profiling. I believe that we do have Ms. Hasnita here. Hasnita can help if the participant have the question on this land and soil quality. So there is a very major 3 things in Malaysia that we want to improve now: the seed, the agronomy practice, and the soil.
All right. Thank you for the answer, and I believe it's a quite challenge for us to have the good quality seeds and the good soil conditions. And you have also mentioned about the way forward. What will be the ministry? How ministry could overcome the problems?
But then, Dr. Florence?
Yeah. You have also mentioned just now about the way forward of from the Ministry of Agriculture. How we could overcome the problems, especially to get the good quality seed and good soil conditions. Is there any programs, activities that have been set up under the ministry?
Yeah, now we are working closely with all these breeders and research institute. We are going to make a new move. We will, like I said just now, we will refer and we have the guideline from the USA and the Australia how to make good our seed industry. That somehow this is in the pipeline already. Will commence for the future years. And in the soil, I believe that we have the activity in the scanning the soil, so-called. We scan the soil, we do the assessment, nutrient assessment in the soil, so that we know what is more in the soil, what is less in the soil, the nutrient. So we will manage all the nutrient input and to the soil. So then we will not going to have the wastage on the fertilizers. So also before we applying the fertilizer, due to the reference that we have in the agronomy, we will give the only a good and required nutrient on to the place, a very specific area. If I'm wrong, maybe Ms. Hasnita can give further information that can be shared.
Miss Hasnita, are you online?
Sorry, Dr. Gordon. Maybe I will share it during my presentation later.
All right. Okay, that's good. That's good. Thank you so much. All right. Any more questions from the participant? Or any comments or any suggestion for improvement? Right. I believe there's no more questions. And actually we are towards, we have another 5 minutes to go to another presentations. So so with that, no question from the participants. So I would like to thanks again, Mr. Anwar, for your kind presentations and for your sharing to the ASEAN participants. And thank you once again, Mr. Anwar.
Yeah, thank you to the secretary and thank you for your attention from all the participants. Have a good day to all. Assalamualaikum and good morning.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, we will take a break for about 5 minutes before we proceed to the next presenter. Maybe some of us not have your coffee or tea, can get your coffee or tea, and we will back at 10 for the next presentations. Thank you so much. All right. Can we welcome back, distinguished participant. We will continue with our fourth and the last paper in this webinar. Allow me to introduce our presenter. Ms. Rafida, are you online?
Yes, I'm
Yeah.
online now.
All right. Okay, Ms. Rafida bin Zainun is a Sikh District Agriculture Officer, Department of Agriculture, State of Kedah. She started her career as an agriculture officer in Kedah as well in 2007, with her experience related to the field of organic farming and expertise in the production of organic liquid fertilizer and compost production. I'm pleased to invite Mrs. Rafida binti Zainun to present her paper entitled Organic Paddy Cultivation in Sikh Kedah. The floor is yours, Ms. Rafida.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Florence. Assalamualaikum and very good morning to all of you, to all agriculture officer, to assistant agriculture officer and all representative and also participant from ASEAN countries. Okay. So can I start? Yes. Okay. Okay, when we look at this presentation, so the topic is all about organic paddy project in district of Sikh Kedah, okay, Malaysia. So in this picture, this is our farmers, local farmers, okay. So his name is Encik Mat Zain. So today I will present about this organic paddy, but this organic paddy in this picture is a Huma paddy. Okay, so for this presentation I will describe about paddy development project in Sikh district according to current achievement, what we have done, what we have been working on this in order to create new paddy project. Second, I mean the second after the first paddy project. So I will begin with so I will begin my presentation by sharing a little bit about Sikh district. So in fact, Sikh district is the largest district in the state of Kedah. Out of 9 districts in northern Kedah, so it is divided into 4 mukim, namely Mukim Se, and then Mukim So, and then Mukim Jeneri, and then Mukim Teloi. Okay, each mukim has 1 assistant agriculture officer. All right. So next slide. So when we look at the map, so the pink one is Sikh, is my district. So Sikh district. So you can see very large. So this is the 4 mukim. So for today, next slide, next step. Okay, so so for this slide, we'll focus on Mukim So, because in this mukim is located the organic paddy development project. So so we look at the current situation. Yeah, Now in SIG, there are 2 organic projects related to paddy cultivation in SIG district. One is Sri Lovely Organic Paddy Project in Kampung Lintang, Mukim Sok, and 2 is new project we just created in 2019, at the end in 2019. So still towards organic Huma Paddy Agrotourism Project in Kampung Landai, Mukim Sok. Because this Huma Paddy Agrotourism Organic Project still not have certificate in organic. Okay, but Sri Lovely Organic Paddy Project has already get their certificate in My Organic. Okay, so when we look at the product, so in the picture, so even Sri Lovely product or Paddy Huma organic product, the price still the same, RM ringgit Malaysia 15 per kilo. Okay, so our price is very not expensive for us, but is valuable for this project. So next slide. Okay, next slide. Okay, so about Sri Lovely Organic Paddy Project in Kampung Lintang. Actually, Sri Lovely Paddy Project is the only organically grown paddy project in SIG district without any use of pesticide and chemical fertilizers. This Sri Lovely Paddy Project is located in Kampung Lintang, which is area located in the interior of SIG district. It is located approximately 60 kilometers from the city of Alor. Okay, the state of Kedah, so and approximately 25 kilometers from Pekan Sek. So the development of organic rice in Sek actually is not for commercial or large scale purpose. This is because the Sek district has a relatively limited area of paddy cultivation in terms of area to be cultivated organically. But for us, if we are not able to increase large-scale land area in organic paddy cultivation, so we can improve in terms of rice price and also the packaging. And also we can make it as an agrotourism project. So before this project was undertaken by Koperasi Agrobelantik Sek Berhad, it was a paddy field area that has been abandoned for more than 35 years. It cannot be operated due to capital constraint and lack of infrastructure facilities faced by land owner. So this is really lovely. Okay, next slide. Okay, recently the Sri Lovely Organic Paddy area, which covers a physical area of 9.46 hectare, has been managed by Koperasi Agrobelantik Sek Berhad, which has a membership of 80 members. The project was started in 2009, and in mid 2010, paddy cultivation was undertaken with an area of 3 hectare with only 6 cooperative members involved. Until now, the physical area of paddy cultivation has increased to 9.46 hectares to date. A total of 90 members of the cooperative, including the project manager, we call Mr. Zakaria bin Kamantasha, on paddy cultivation in this project. So they actually use variety MRQ 74 among the other rice varieties that have been planted. There is also Malinja, Masuri, MR219, MR263, and also MR253. Okay, so next slide. Okay, so SRI. using the actually Sri Lovely use SRI method of rice management and cultivation technique, namely the system of rice intensification. So Lovely means Lintang Organic Valley, short form, okay, from Lintang Organic Valley. So you can see in the picture, it was agrotourism and one of agrotourism project that success in our district. Okay, so actually Sri Lovely also allow a foreigner from others country to come and visit and to come and go over there, okay, to test what, to apa orang kata, to live with them at the Organic Sri Lovely Lintang. Okay, so next slide. Okay, so this is our certificate, my organic certificate. So Sri Lovely was certificate with My Organic in 2013. With the area is certified is about 9.46 per hectare, and they get certificate in 2014, but only one plant that have been certificate, paddy, and Sri Lovely was cooperate with under Koperasi Agrobelantik Sdn Bhd with 15 members now, include managers and also landowners. Okay, so next slide. Okay, so this is the activities that have been can be that they are doing in Sri Lovely. So just summary. So when we look at field plots, because they use SRI method, so the plant will planted into the field one plant, okay, per point. Then they also in Malaysia we call mencedong, but plant we call to plant or to cultivate, okay, but Malaysia call mencedong. They also look for water management, because this method, SRI method, doesn't use many water. I mean not use high level of water like conventional paddy plot. They also have their own fertilizer, liquid fertilizer, and also compost, organic, and so on. They also use natural material to control pest and disease lah. Okay, so next slide. Okay, so this is also the summary of the organic paddy cultivation result in Sri Lovely. This result is for year 2011, which is the first season for them. So they had, so the outcome yield. So when we look at the orange at the outcome yield, so we when they use MRQ 74, I mean variety MRQ 74, they get 4.9 ton. All right, and then another plot MRQ 74 also, but they get 15 ton per hectare. And then one more variety MR253, so they get 7.12 ton. Okay, so means this is mean organic can also produce high of yield. All right, even though they don't use any chemical fertilizers, so they still can, but with good method, with good activities, with good management. So next slide. Okay, so when we look at the picture, this is about their fertilization, their technique. So this liquid came from natural plant, came from local material based on local ingredient lah, like bamboo shoot, like nuts, leaf nuts. Okay, in Malaysia we call leaf nut kekacang, tanaman kekacang. And also they also actually use rhizome, ginger and what? Okay, siput gondang also, gondang snail. Okay, they use it also to make it as a fertilizer, liquid fertilizer, and also compost. Yeah. Okay, so next slide. Okay, this is the step for first level. They also use water spinach, and then after several time, level vegetative level, they also use banana bulbs and leaf nut, so to make the paddy become enough with nutrient. And then for flowers level, they use dates and also fruits, and they also use Mahkota Dewa. So maybe all participants can Google it. If I'm not mistaken, Mahkota Dewa, we call it in English God's fruits, like that lah, something like that. Okay, so next slide. Okay, this is also what they have used, natural material, like what I said before, gondang snail, bamboo shoot, and also banana tree. Okay, for nutrient to their paddy field. Okay, so next slide. They also use labu kayu. We call it in Malay labu kayu. In English, apple wood. This labu kayu or apple wood is the source of nitrogen. So they will use this labu kayu or apple wood. They take the inside the labu kayu, and then they fermented it actually for 2 weeks before they apply to the paddy field. All right. Okay, so this is also what they are using to control pests and disease. So this in Sri Lovely, no synthetic chemical, because they use natural. So they just avoid the pests and disease. They just drive away and control only. Okay. So like daun neem, what we call in Malay. So in English, neem, like neem oil. And then they also use buah jering. We also use buah jering, but in Indonesia maybe called jengkol. Okay. We also use akas runtun, daun kucai or chief, okay, in English, and also ubi gadong. Okay, maybe this material also you can find it in your all country. So this is local in Sik, Kedah actually. So next slide. Okay, so in order to make daerah Sik as a what I want to say is for this slide, it is what I want to say is we have to move with approach strategy. Okay, approach strategy to not only Sri Lovely got the certificate, but others farm, others paddy field also can get the organic certificate. So we have to do some approach strategy like exhibition and campaign by companies, departments, and agencies, institution of higher learning, and also NGO. Okay, next. Okay, this is the what we are doing in district of Sik. So we cooperate with NGO, and this is one of our organic local organic entrepreneurs, which is use the method of EM. They are use this our local organic entrepreneurs use a method, Bokashi method. I mean EM method. Okay, EM method, effective microorganism. So this is our. So from this platform, we can encourage more people to involve in this organic field. As so next. So through our campaign also, we promote our product like Paddy Huma product and also Sri Lovely product to convince the people, our villagers, that this product can go further, can go far away from SAID. Not only in SAID, not only can be sold in SAID, but also can be sold outside from SAID. Okay, because our products Sri Lovely have been what we call go to South Korea for exhibition. All right. So next. So as a district agriculture officer, actually after returning from the international program, the agenda that must be achieved is to make the target or goal achievable. Our target or agenda is to increase the number of organic farms through the involvement of entrepreneurs or farmers. So we have organized many festivals towards organic agro in November 2019, which is months after I'm come back to Malaysia from South Korea. Okay, so this slide is the exhibition at the program mini festival towards organic. So next. So and then we also promote our organic rice basic cuisine. So we make what we call bubur lambuk. So very delicious lah using this organic product. Okay, so next. Okay, exhibition and promotion of organic. Okay. So so next slide. All right. So this is before that the picture was in Maha, actually our international program exhibition. But yeah, but this picture is actually exhibition and promotion in our district. So they once again make a basic cuisine, what we call bubur lambuk. All right. So next slide. Okay. Then another approach strategy, our Department of Agriculture or State of Kedah, they send us to international program, exhibition, and also conference to give more skill to us. Okay, so next picture, next slide. So this is one of their strategy. They sent us to Malaysia Organic Conference, which is in year 2019. So next slide. Okay, so this is also a convention. Yeah, Malaysia Organic Conference, and this also they have sent me and also Dr. Desa and also with one our agripreneurs that have a organic shop, organic product in her shop. They sent us to convention Algoa for International Summit on Organic Agriculture Policy in November 2019. So this is the pink one. in this picture, the pink one, so I hold the organic Sri Lovely product. Yeah. So next slide. Okay, and then we also use another approach from through festival, campaign, and exhibition. So next slide. Okay, so this is what I call what I mentioned before, mini festival towards organic agro, district of Sek Kedah, November 29. So the opening ceremony was met by the Kedah State Agriculture and Agro-Based Industry Exco, YB Azman bin Nasruddin, and this in this mini festival, in this opening ceremony, he said through this program will indirectly increase public awareness on health aspect, including the benefit of eating fresh fruit and free of synthetic chemical. So next slide. So we use that platform when YB comes. So of course, mass media and social media, etc. will come to our festival. And next slide. So in Kedah we use Warta Kedah. So this kind of approach is to promote to everyone and also to encourage everyone to what we call to become more confident on organic activities, on organic farming. Okay, so next slide. Actually, this program involve department and agency. Okay, next slide. Okay, this is the program that we have do at the mini festival towards organic agro. So we involve more about more than 30 agencies and also department in this organic festival. Okay, so next slide. And another approach, we use organic technology. So next slide. The organic technology that we use is first we use method natural farming. We also use the second method, beneficial indigenous microorganism method. We also have vermiculture, but in these organic activities, instead we don't use it, vermiculture, because it involves worms. And last, we have a technology, new technology, DOA plant booster. So for your information, in district of Sek, we combine the method from natural farming and DOA plant booster, and also beneficial indigenous microorganism to be applied in the paddy organic, naturally organic. Okay, so next slide. So this is the program that we do hands-on on organic method. So this is activity to do with DOA plant booster, because we use pumpkin, we use fresh milk, and so on. Okay, next slide. Actually, this activity to make our staff become more confident when they go to farmers, so they become confident to explain to them. So we also make hands-on with teacher and student. I mean, go to school and let the student know about what is organic and so on. And we also make their own fertilizer, and after that they use in their school. Okay, next. Okay, this is also what we have done hands-on, Plant Booster Day. We call it Plant Booster Day because we open it to because we offer it to other people, not only to department or agencies, but also civil. So this program, the public is also we invited to participate in this program, and this program was launched by District Officer Datuk Bukhari bin Abdullah, okay, in year 2019. Okay, next. So this is the picture of the scene, okay, the scene with relate these activities. Okay, next. So another strategy, we use PADI convention. I mean, not only District of State use this PADI convention, actually our state of Kedah, our Department of State sent us to PADI convention. So next slide. Okay, so for officers and farmers, this convention actually for officer and farmers because this convention specific to PADI. Okay, in year 2019, they invite all farmers and officer from all Malaysia to come to Negeri Kedah, to come to state of Kedah. And next. So this is our two what we call two farmers that involved in paddy field in SAID. One is the pink one, and I mean who's was carried back. This is Mr. Zakaria bin Kamantasha. He is the one who managed the Sri Lovely Organic Paddy Project, and the other one is also our farmers, our entrepreneurs that involved in paddy field, but as not organic, but conventional method. Okay, her name is Mat Tahir. All right. So next. So we also use our new strategy. We must produce our own manual of organically growing rice. So next. Okay, okay, this meeting was just held on 7 October 21. It was chaired by the Deputy Director of Agriculture of Kedah State Agriculture Department, Wan Nur Hafizah binti Abdul Rahman. So, and this is also the new ones. Activities that I can share with all the participants about District of Kedah. But before that, we go for the, okay, next. Okay, towards organic Huma Paddy Project. As I said before, so District has two projects that related to organic paddy. Sri Lovely is already have certificate, but this second project still towards organic Huma Paddy Project because doesn't have certificate, but we run this project organically. Okay, so next. Okay, so this project actually, this organic Huma Paddy Project is actually a tourism project. So about this project, it's located in Kampung Landai, SAID Kedah, which is in 2020 we only have 5 hectares, okay, but in 2021 we has increased the hectare to 10 hectares. So the numbers of farmers actually before this only 5 people, but now we increase it to 8 people. So the period not work, I mean the land before this there doesn't period not work. over 20 years, and duration work is just 1 year because we started this project at the end of 2019, but the paddy field, but they only plant it in, they only plant the paddy in May 2020. All right. So the type of plant, of course, paddy, and the variety that we use in this project is tangkai langsat and biji hitam. Tangkai langsat and biji hitam is the seed that they inherited. Okay, inherit. Okay, so next slide. So this is what we have done. So the black one is the biji hitam and the white one is the tangkai langsat. Okay, so next. Okay, this is area of the area of Paddy Huma project. So before cleaning, so we can see many trees, many shrubs, and after that, so actually we have to face many problem, because this area also have flood and also have what we call, actually have to face many problems to set up this project. So next. So this is, you all can take a look at this picture. How is this area actually? Okay, so next. But the good thing is water resources is easy to get to use. We can get the water easily. Okay, so next. So this is one of our farmers. The upper pictures is Mr. Yusuf bin Musa, and the below picture is Lebai Hassan. Okay, next. So actually this project they sow the paddy not also with this they also use it directly. They use it directly to the field, to the plot. Okay, but this picture is they cultivate it, they semai it, and then they transfer it. Okay, they sow it in another place and then they plant it to the paddy plot. Okay, so next. Okay, next. All right, this is the plant, and they cultivate it. Okay, they transfer it to paddy plot. So this is the plot of Encik Mak Zain on 29 June 2020. So next slide. So we also have, even though we just only do this cultivation of Paddy Huma for only once, but we have many visitors to come to here. So this is visit by BPIT Perak on 29 June 2020. Okay, next. Okay, so this is also visit by BPIT Perak on 29 July 2020. So next. Okay, this is a visit by our PPN, our pengarah, Director of Agriculture, Kedah State Agriculture Department, Encik Ramli bin Abdul Rahman. So he already come here. Okay, so next. So this visit is by Pegawai Belia dan Sukan, also from District of Sek. Then, okay, this is my staff, Puan Nur Hazlina, and with Encik Mak Zain, and also with me, I'm in the middle. This visit also by our parliament, okay, by Honorable our Parliament of State, Ustaz Ahmad Tarmizi bin Sulaiman. So next. So we also have done a calculation of Huma rice yield components. So we have got our result. For Tangkai Langsat, actually we get 3.28 ton per hectare, and for biji hitam we get 2.8 ton per hectare. Even though we don't use any chemical fertilizer, we only use liquid fertilizer from the method of DOA plant booster, natural farming, and also beneficial indigenous microorganism. So next. So this is a visit by our assistant district officer of SED, Encik Azmi bin Omar, and then okay, this is the scenery in the morning. From Pulau Encik Mat Zain. So next. That's all for me from District of SED, from Rafida, Agriculture Officer. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Rafida, for your presentations. Right, you have shared about your experience in organic paddy project in the district of SED, Kedah, called Sri Lovely Organic Paddy Project, with the activities, all the activities involved, together with the strategic approach toward the success of the project. And you also share about the towards Huma organic paddy as an agro-tourism, which is an interesting topic to have you have presented and to be discussed. Is there any questions from the participants? Okay, while you're presenting, actually, Mrs. Rafida, there's a questions from Ms. Asi, but it's already been answered by Mr. Ripin, which is thank you, Mr. Rora Ripin, for answering the questions. But maybe if I can read and then to seek your view, Mrs. Rafida, what will be, how to change the mindset of farmers for organic farming, because it's been long enough to apply chemical fertilizer. So what will be your view on it? Okay.
Okay, actually it's not very difficult to approach the villagers, but sometimes from 10 people, I give you example, from 10 people, from 10 villagers, maybe 1 or 2 they have mindset that with organic you cannot grow the paddy, but we have proven to them that paddy Huma and also paddy organic at the Sri Lovely can be produced by using organic method. I mean, not using the SRI method, that organic Sri Lovely using, but I mean only use liquid fertilizer and also compost and only basic local natural ingredients. We still can produce the rice, okay? And the rice also can be, they sold it for price ringgit Malaysia RM15 per kilos. So this is for SED, for daerah SED, for district of SED, is already our achievement, our good achievement, because our in rural area, not in the city. So actually we let them use the liquid first, and then they slowly apply it in their field, and then they become confident with this technique. So we let them apply it first, okay? We cannot force them, but we can let them use it first. Okay, see on yourself. Okay, so that's one is our approach.
All right, that's got a good answer on and good comment on that, and good views how to change the mindset of our farmers. Yeah, we understand farmers. We have an old farmers or aging farmers, and maybe we could educate the youngsters, young farmers, towards organic. All right. Any other questions from the participants? There's still plenty of time before we go to the next agenda. Any other questions from the participants? All right. Okay, I have a question to Ms. Rafida. What will be your other future programs or activity in promoting organic rice beside the organic paddy cultivations as you mentioned just now?
What is our next activities for rice cultivation? Only in seed, only in seed.
Yes.
So after this, maybe we will promote our rice. We will use newly, or we call we use not before this we use jacket to package to in our packaging, but now we use bottle, transparent bottle, to let the people, to let the buyers can see it directly, what is color of our paddy rice, okay, rice, what is the, and then they can open it. Actually, they can open it, they can smell it, the aroma was very good, like pandan smell, okay, pandan leaf smell. And I would like to explain about Paddy Huma. Actually, in that picture, you can look our paddy is in lowland, okay, not in the hill. Actually, why we still call it Paddy Huma, okay, because the seed that we are used, tangkai langsat and biji hitam, actually before this has been planted in hill, all right, hill. But we try to plant it in the lowland with straight level, all right. So when we see, oh yes, we can use paddy field that have been abandoned for more than 35 years, so it's okay, which mean Paddy Huma doesn't, not only can be found in the hill, but also can be found in the lowland. I mean the low paddy field. Okay.
Right. Thank you for your answer. Right. There's a lot of activities that have been done in Nasik, and yeah.
Okay. Actually, Dr. Florence, this towards Paddy Huma project is not yes, of course the second project involve paddy, but actually we will get the second certificate on plant, on fruits plant, okay, on what we call for actually second certificate we will get this year, but with durian plantation, okay. So maybe I hope that this Paddy Huma project will become a third or fourth project that will get certificate, my organic certificate, okay.
Right. Yeah, it is a good approach actually towards the organic activities. You have also mentioned about agrotourism.
Yeah.
How are you promoting the agrotourism
okay,
on the paddy field?
Okay. Actually, we use many methods. We also use Facebook. We also use bloggers to promote this kind of product, this Paddy Huma project. And our seed also has been used by farmers from our next district, our next to our district, Baling. Baling also use our seed to make their own paddy huma field, but we also use the mini festival towards organic platform that I mentioned before. And from that, we use media mass, social media to promote it, to grow it. We invite local politicians to also involve this program so that they can story it to another people, and this project will become more what we call relevant from time to time.
All right. What makes the Department of Agriculture Kedah think about the agrotourism can for future activity? It's very interesting if it can be success, because agrotourism is one of the activities that has also been promoting by the governments nowadays.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. Okay. Any other questions from the participants? Yeah, the participants is quite a bit quiet nowadays. Or today's, or everyone's nervous with the country report presentations.
Yeah, maybe they are nervous.
Yeah. Okay, this one. Did you doing heavy metals? All right. Did you doing heavy metals residue MRL test on paddy produce, if any, for organic methods, if necessary? How often? How often? Yeah.
Okay. For example, for Sri Lovely Organic Paddy Project, yes, of course, we are doing our test result on heavy metal residue, MRL, maximum residue level. We have done it before it was given certificate. And we will renew it year by year. Every 1 year, we will renew it. We will send our paddy sample to the labs before the certificate renew. Okay.
How hard or how difficult, or what is the challenge to get this certificate?
What is the challenge? Actually, for the farmers, if the farmers want it, so there will no challenge, more challenge lah. But if the farmers we force it, so in this district of say, we don't force them to choose certificate, to choose my organic certificate. Even if they want MyGAP, so you can proceed with MyGAP. But we prefer the farmers that became from their heart, that they want the certificate. So for Sri Lovely, it's not what we call, it's very easy to cooperate with the managers, because they wanted the certificate. And for your all information, they now have an MOU with Olive House. Okay, with Olive House, so they make Olive House they use Olive House to sell their product. So it's good for them. And for all information, our Ringgit Malaysia 15 is the highest rate, that the highest price only we can that we can buy, whether from Paddy Organic Sri Lovely Project or from Paddy Huma Rice. Okay, also RM 15, Ringgit Malaysia 15. So maybe after this, when we upgrade our packaging, I think we can upgrade the price maybe to RM Ringgit Malaysia 20. So that's all our approach also. All right.
Last questions for the presenters. What is the main challenge to grow the Sepedi Huma compared to other variety in terms of pests and diseases and other management involved?
Okay, from in terms of pest and disease, actually for paddy huma, this kind of variety is very tough variety. So they don't, we not face many problems on this pest of disease because our technical department also take a sample and test count the pests and test if ada disease. So they said that it's okay. This paddy huma was very constrained. Okay, was very tough variety. So no worries. But we also use other liquid like garlic oil and also and so on. We also use chili api. I mean, yalah, chili api and so on.
All right, that's answered the questions. All right. I mean we are lack of time, so I need to stop here with your presentations. Thank you so much, Mrs. Rafida, for your interesting topic on organic paddy cultivations in Sikkedah. We wish you a success in promoting in your future activity in promoting organic and activities to our extension officers and farmers. With that, thank you so much once again. We will break 5 minutes before we go to the next agenda, which is the country report presentations. Right, I'll see you in 5 minutes. Thank you so much. Thank you. So participants, ASEAN participant, please ready with your slide presentations. As I yesterday or the day before, as some of the participants or some of the country is not giving us the slide presentation, and you will be sharing from your own country. So please be ready with your slide presentation. All right, I'll see you in another few minutes more. In more minutes, just take a rest for a while, stretch your leg and rest your mind. All right. All right, welcome back to the next or to the last agenda in our webinar programs today, which is a country report presentations. Okay, we will start the country paper presentations, and if I can see from the programs or from the tentative schedules given, I will follow using the timetables given, which it's started with Cambodia, followed by the Philippines and Indonesia, Myanmar, Malaysia, and last Thailand. Could you agree with that? Or I assume everyone was agreed. Okay, let's start with Cambodia. Can I have the representative from Cambodia to present your country report? Representative from Cambodia?
Yeah, yes.
All right, you will share your slide presentations. Okay, each country you have about at least 15 minutes to present your country report.
I will send to you at yesterday.
Will you share from your country, or you want us to share?
Yeah, yes.
All right. Okay. I please invite Ms. Seng Sopos to present your country report, please.
Good morning, everybody. Hello, and everybody and gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen. I'm present about Cambodian agriculture. I have some slides for presentation today. And next slide. Country review. The Cambodia has border Laos, Vietnam, and Thailand too. Next slide. Breakdown of history of Cambodia. In Cambodia has a kingdom of wonder. A sign of Cambodia is Angkor Wat Temple too. Next slide. Okay, I am amazing facts of Angkor Wat temples. But I can explain you a little because its slide is so long too. So can you next slide. In Cambodia has culture and custom in this picture too. And I'm turn next slide too. I just tell you about Cambodia a little because I have an image slide along, so I can explain you a little too. Next slide. My country review total areas 1,081,035 kilometers in Cambodia. Total population in 2021. The population has 17 million. and 51 are a woman. Population by urban to rural resilient, urban 20% and rural 80%. Population grow 1.64% per annum. Okay, next slide. My internet is slow, so I can see clearly. Country review, a current country, 80% of population live in area. And central lowland along Mekong River, 49%, around Tonle Sap Lake, 33%, around coastal zone, 7%, and highland or plaster zone, 11% too. Okay, next slide. Okay, next slide. About the leaf color chart. All right. I was select one picture in this program too. And I select nitrogen also fertilization is important in rice products. Apply and fertilizer several times during the growing season to ensure that the couple need is sorry, why I can't see my slide. Sorry, I can see my slides clearly because of my internet. Okay, can you next slide? Leaf colors chart authorize step 1 and 2. Step 1 random select at least 10 disease right plant out hits in the field while plant population is uniform. Step 2 select the program youngest fully experienced leaves from its field or plant its pathways reflect the and status of the plant. Place the middle part of the leaf on the LCC and compare its color with the colored panel. Do not destroy the leaf. Okay, next slide 2. Leaf colors chart of slide. Step 2 measure the leaf colors under the set of your body. Direct sunlight affect leaf color reading. It's possible the same person should read the LCC at the same time of the day every time if the color of the right leaf is in between two shapes. Take the average of two values after reading. For example, if the color is in between 3 and 4, the reading should be 3.52. Okay, next slide. Step 4, take the reading of the 10 lists and determine the average if the color is more or less than 3. And fertilizers hop dressing in is needed too. Okay, next slide. About how to manage water, around 1,300 to 1,500 millimeter is a typical amount of the water needed for irrigate rice in Asia. Irrigate rice receive an estimate for 34 to 43% of the total world irrigation water, about 24 to 30% of the entire well-developed freshwater resource too. Okay, next slide. Okay, part 1, how to manage water. The construct of separate channels to move water to and from its field greatly improves the control of water by individual farmers. Field channels allow water to be delivered to the individual seedbed separately, and the main field does not need to be irrigated until it's time to plant in the main field. Point 3, in addition, the ability to control water to your field is important when you need to retain water, especially after planting fertilizer, so nutrients are not lost, or when you need to drain the field for harvest. Point 4, construction of individual field channels is the recommended practice in any type of irrigation system too. Okay, next slide. Step 2, wetland preservation can summon up to a third of total water required for growing right in an irrigation production system. Its water costs are variability at the same time of crop establishment is a concern. Consider dry land preparation with its considerable less water than wetland preparation. Next slide, too. Step 3, above level space is current crucial to good water management and level field requirement require an extra 80 to 100 millimeters of water to give complete water coverage. This is nearly an extra 10% of the total water requirement to grow the crop. Most fields need to be planted twice before you can level in the wetland preparation. The second plowing should be done with standing water in the field to define high and low area. Okay, next slide. Step 4, in case of water scarcity, applies water saving technology such as alternate wetting and drying a WD, and consider changing planting method from pandol transplantation to non-pandol transplanting or dry seedling. Okay, next slide. How to manage soil fertility. Applying nutrients to the crop is essential in managing soil fertility, so the plant grow and develops normally. A number of crop problems can be related to inefficient management of nutrient and nutrient imbalance in the field. Okay, next slide. Okay, next slide. This slide establishes an attainable yield target. Identify estimate yield based on location and season condition, then factors such as climate, right cultivator, cultivars and crop management. This year's target determined the total amount of nutrient that must be taken up by the crop. Okay, next slide 2.
Ms. Seng, you have about 2 minutes.
Yes, ingredient nutrients which comes from the soil along with organic material, crop resident, soil residue, soil and irrigation needs to be managed properly to achieve optimal crop nutrient uptake. Okay, next slide 2. Okay, next slide 2. Apply fertilizers. How to control with control. It's important to improve loss in yields and products cost and to preserve good grain quality, especially with decreased yield. Wider is competent for sunlight, nutrients, and water. Increased product cost is higher labor or input cost. Reduce grain quality and price, for example, with sit in grain can cause the buyer price to be reduced. Okay, next slide. Okay, next slide 2. For the wet dry, flowing arrow several times before planting developing on with population down more to operation can be done. Allow it to emerge for at least 2 weeks, then killed by another swallows kill it. This is reduced the number of species in the soil and greatly reduced with for the subsequent crops. Okay, next slide 2. Okay, next slide 2. For dry seeded rice, allowed with to emerge within 1-2 weeks. Then scale them it as a non-select herbicide or wildlife cultivation. Spray herbicide and perform manual and or medical weedings too. Okay, next slide. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you,
Okay.
Ms. Seng Supos from Cambodia for sharing your country reports, and you have explained the LCC applications also in Cambodia.
Okay.
Yeah, if there are any questions, because due to time constraints, if there are any questions to Cambodia, can you all write in the chat room so that Ms. Seng Supos can answer directly through chat room. Thank you once again, Ms. Supos, for your country presentations.
Yes, thank you so much.
All right, so there's already questions there. Maybe you can answer the questions. Can you elaborate details regarding to SSNM implementation in your country? You can answer in the chat room. Thank you so much.
Okay.
All right, can we go to the next country report presentations? Pleased to invite a representative from the Philippines. The Philippines? All right. Okay. Okay. I please to invite Ms. Suzette to present your country reports.
already in. Good morning.
Right, we can hear you. Good morning.
Good morning. Let me just wait for the presentation. I am Suzette Sales, together with Miss Mary Grace Leida. We are presenting from the Philippines. We would like to say hello to everyone from the Philippines. So this is our presentation. This is the situation in the Philippines in the last few months or few years. So right now, the Filipinos consume 4 cups of cooked rice per day per person, with a total of approximately 110 kilograms of milled rice per year per person. So with that, next slide, please. Okay, so we'll start again. We would like to share with you the situation in the Philippines when it comes with regards to the rice production and our consumption, as well as how we do our production. So there, we can start now. At present, we are consuming 20%. The poor families are consuming 20% of the rice, and the average Filipinos are consuming 9%. With a total of 381,321,000 bags for dry palay production. That was in 2018 here in the Philippines. Next slide, please. There, I was just saying a while ago that we are consuming 4 cups of rice, cooked rice per day, and with a total of now, with regards to palay, there. Can you hear me? Can you hear me now?
Not so clear.
Yes?
Yeah, but we're not so clear.
Right. So with this, the slide, this current slide in 2018 dry palay production, we've had more than 1 million in the areas of Nueva Ecija and Isabela. That's far northern part of the Philippines. And then if you can see the arrow, it's pointing at the darkest color. That's the 1 million and above production. And then the other places are less than 1 million, and below the orange color is like 100,000 to 500,000. So we would like to present with you that we are palay production is actually from different regions of the Philippines. So there are places that has a lower production and there are places that have a bigger production. Next slide, please. So the area harvested is about 4,800,406 hectares in the Philippines. That's actually the area of production of rice in the Philippines. And then let's next slide, please. Right now, the total use of our rice consumption or production is actually 14.17, and then the actual harvest was actually about 12.47 only. Let me just give you the total use of breakdown. So with the seeds, we have 2%, that's the lighter blue color, and then the orange is the feeds and waste, and then the gray is the processing, and then the 88% we actually consume the palay or the rice. We actually consume them. And then for the rice supply, the total use, as I mentioned, is actually 14.17, while the production is only 12.47. So which means we are lacking about 1.70, and those are coming from imports. And we only have a net reserve of 0.26. So if you can see the figures, we have a problem. We need to do something about this. Okay, so in 2018, this is the rice surplus and deficit by province. So the green is actually the surplus, and then the deficit are the red. So as you can see, if you can put all the colors together, there's a lot of deficit. Right now with the slide we are presenting, Pangasinan, Nueva Ecija, the far north part of the Philippines, and the farthest south of the Philippines, which is the Davao del Sur, are the most or has the most production. And then the rest of the Philippines, we have deficit, especially in Cavite, Laguna, Batangas, Rizal, and Cebu, which, if I may share, are the most populated areas. These are the metro areas, but we are, that's probably why we have less areas in rice field, less rice field areas in these areas. So why can't we produce enough? What's the problem? Let me share with you. Number one is we have a smaller land suitable for rice farming. We have a less area harvested in comparable with India, China, Indonesia, Thailand, and Vietnam. So we are the smallest area of our harvesting production of rice. So as you can see, the Philippines is an archipelago. We are composed of different islands. We have many islands. So we have a very limited space for rice production. Number two, more people to feed, so because we are overly populated. So like now we are 31. 22, while the China, in terms of population, while China is 46, India is 31, Indonesia 70, Vietnam is 12, and then Thailand is 7. So because we have more people to feed, we have deficit. And then number three, in terms of geography and resource endowments, rice exporting countries are part of the mainland Asia and have used river deltas. And then island nations are usually rice importer. And then the Philippines bears brunt of the typhoons. In fact, with the next slide, I think we are getting 20 typhoons annually, and that's a lot. So that affected our rice production maximally because of the typhoons annually. Okay, and then for the cost of rice production in 2013, it's a total of 12.41. Now recent is 2017, that's 9.11. So with that, in comparison with the other countries, we have much more costly rice production compared to Thailand and Vietnam. So we really have to do something about it because we are investing so much and we have maximum cost or higher cost while we are deficit in our rice production. And then with the comparison of processing and marketing cost, the Philippines has a total market cost of 4.63. Thailand has 2.73 and Vietnam has 3.78. So we're still the winning country here. And then, so what do we need to do? What do we need to do? We want to achieve the following: improve competitiveness and farm income. We have to enhance resiliency to disasters and climate risks. And then we need to ensure access to safe and nutritious rice. So that's what we need to do, and those are our priorities. We need to focus on increasing rice yield, of course, because of the deficit, because of the cost. If we want to increase our yields, we need to promote high quality seeds coupled with appropriate crop management in suitable areas. So with the reduced production costs, which is the labor, we can actually save in the cost per kilogram of paddy 1.14 for the crop establishment, and for harvesting and threshing we can actually save 1.56. So I did not mention we need to use mechanized already. We need to improve our mechanization. So for the nutrient management tool strategies, one is Rice Crop Manager. We are very lucky to use this app so that we will be able to actually digitally measure our rice field and then be able to identify the needs of each rice field, like the seed rate, weed management, crop health management, water management. And then we need to actually identify also the nutrient management in terms of kind, amount, timing. So the RCM is actually capable of doing that. So we have actually used that already. Okay, next slide, please. If I may say, RCM is actually a web-based application, so you can actually use that also. So another nutrient management tools for strategies is Mowet. It offers a reliable, low-cost, and easy alternative technique for diagnosing nutrient limitation. This method stimulates actual field condition, and the basis of recommendations is the actual performance of the rice plants and determines limiting nutrients that are not diagnosed in the soil chemical test. It shows the status of essential nutrients. So it's very, very useful. It's beneficial to farmers and technicians, especially in the remote areas who barely have access to soil laboratories. So we've been using this and it's actually showing very good benefits. So the recommended recommendation for per hectare is in terms of timing of fertilization application. So you can actually see in the table, it depends on the deficiency. So, and then of course the season, dry season or wet season. And then you will be able to identify what are needed for a particular deficiency or nutrient. Okay, next slide, please. So for Mowet app, a companion Android application of -1 element technique, which is Mowet, used to compute the appropriate field fertilizer requirements for a particular irrigated lowland rice in the Philippines, and that can predict the rice yield if another fertilization plan is followed. So the features of this Mowet app is actually, it sets appropriate target yield, computes and schedules the precise NPKs first fertilizer to be applied. So it will really help the farmers to predict and actually schedule the precise fertilization. Yield predictor, it estimates the yield of the chosen cultivar if the farmer chooses his own fertilizer management plan. It includes with the manual, and it's very easy to set up. And then it actually has video also, so that it can actually help us how to do that and how to conduct MOET tests. So it's very useful and beneficial for the farmers. So the sample MOET app recommendation, actually it shows in the table that presented to us, the target yield of the chosen variety, it's actually shown there. And then it actually identified the schedule of fertilization. It must be at 8 to 14 days, 21 to 27, and so on and so forth. And then it actually shows also the precise amount of the fertilizer and cost of application. So from this slide or for this presentation, you can actually see already, and you can actually plan ahead of time, since everything is already identified and given to us. So, and then for the PhilRice LCC App Pro, this is another program. It's also very useful for the farmers because it actually provides real-time fertilization recommendation for the rice farm. It captures the lift images with your smartphone front camera and let the LCC app analyze for farm fertilization needs. It's actually our program now. It's actually the training that we are attending. So it's very, very useful, and it can actually very beneficial to the farmers because it actually helps us in tracking, and it's actually providing the record for the fertilization. Okay. So that's our presentation. We'd like to say hello and thank you from the Philippines. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Suzette, for the interesting presentations you shared with us, with your knowledge as a farmers. You share your good knowledge to us, to our ASEAN member state. All right, we believe that
Thank you.
you as a farmers will be going for the hard work, because you need to make sure the rice is enough for the populations.
Exactly. We need to make a double time, and we need to do a lot of research and training so that we'll be able to apply it and really do the mechanization at this point, because it will really fast track and provide us more time and effort so that we'll be able to get more yield.
Yeah, I'm sure that the government helping the farmers a lot.
Yes, yes, yes. We have a good support as of the moment.
All right. Is there any
Thank
question from, yeah, thank you. Is there any question from the participants? Yes, the same goes to as a Cambodia just now. Is there any questions you can write in the chat box, and Ms. Suzette or Ms. Mary could answer your questions in the chat room. All right.
Okay,
Yeah, I really apologize because the time constraints, we need to be very, very fast to complete the country report presentation. All right. While we...
Doctor?
Yeah, while we waiting for...
Doctor, I have a question for Ms. Suzette.
Yes.
Okay, Ms. Suzette, can you hear my voice?
Yes, clearly.
I have a question regarding for your LCC apps. LCC app?
LCC app.
Okay, just now I read on your slide that it mentioned we need to use a front camera. Okay, does it bring any difference if you use the one?
I'm sorry, ma'am. It's getting choppy. I cannot hear it. Would you mind typing it in the chat box?
Yeah,
okay,
could you please type in the chat box, and then Ms. Suzette,
yes,
in the
getting choppy.
Yeah,
okay,
because
sure.
we are
I'm sorry about that.
Yeah, we are lacking of time. That's why I prefer the question to be written in the chat box. All right. Once again, thank you very much, Ms. Suzette and Ms.
Mary Grace.
Yeah, Mary Grace, for the Philippines.
You're most welcome.
Thank you so much. All right. Can we go to the
You're most
next,
welcome.
can we go to the next presentations from the country of Indonesia? Who will share from your country this slide? All right. We will appreciate as well if each ASEAN member state could share your slide presentation to our secretariat. You can you can share the link in the chat room or email to us, because we need it. We really need it for our reports. Okay. So from Indonesia, who will be the representative to present the country report? From Indonesia? Yeah, please invite Indonesia. Representative from Indonesia, please. Who will be the representative to present the country report from the Indonesia? Representative from Indonesia? Okay, I may need to request Indonesia to present your country report, or I can go to the other country first while waiting for Indonesia to decide. All right. Okay, Miss Asi will be presenting the country report from Indonesia. I may please to invite Miss Asi. Please share your slide, please. All right, I will skip Indonesia. We'll go first with Myanmar. We'll go first Myanmar. Representative from Myanmar, could you present your country report?
Yes.
All right. Please, Dr. Chin.
Yes.
Thank you. Are you sharing your slide presentations, or you want us to share? All right, there's the presentation.
Start my presentation.
Yeah, we can see.
Can you hear my sound? May I introduce? I am Kiki Mu from Myanmar. My presentation webinar on legal access LPP application. Myanmar is Southeast Asia's largest country.
sharing border with China, Laos, and Thailand in the east. Bangladesh and India in the north. It is part of the Greater Mekong region, which also includes Laos, Thailand, Cambodia, Vietnam, and China's Yunnan province. Myanmar's geography is north latitude 22 degrees and east latitude 98 degrees. The same latitudes Saudi Arabia, Cuba, and Hawaii. The cover 6.7 million square kilometer. Myanmar has 2,800 kilometer of coastline. The Rakhine Coast fish the Bay of Bengal, the ARE data and the line coast in the far south are on the Atlantic Sea. Divided in states and divisions, 7 states, Mo, Yakai, Kachin, Kayin, Kaya, Sen, and Chin. East divisions include Sinai, Yangon, ARE, Pagon, McQueen, Manly, Lipiro, and Sky division. The topography can roughly divided into 3 parts: the Western Hill region, Central Valley region, the Eastern Hill region. The Himalaya Range has a link with the Western Yoma to the south. The Western Yoma Range separates as aware that separates Myanmar from India. The Central Valley region consists of the broadcast valley of the ARE. The Eastern region is the same latitude. The climate has 3 seasons. The monsoons or rainy season from May to October. The cold season from November to February. The hot season from March to May. The average temperature range from 32 degrees Celsius in the central and lower area to 21 degrees Celsius in the northern highlands. The mountains, particularly with light rain shower, high around 30 degrees Celsius. Heat index around 38 degrees Celsius. Northeast wind 6 to 16 kilometers per hour. The annual average temperature range from 22 degrees Celsius to 27 degrees Celsius in Riyadh. January is one of the best time of the year to visit Myanmar. Weather is at its finest. Temperature range from 70 to 88 degrees Fahrenheit. Religion is the essential aspect of life in Myanmar and central concession of personal identity. Yes.
Your slide not moving. Static.
What?
Your slide.
Yes.
Can you share back? Your slide static.
What is?
Your slide not moving during your presentation. Can you please start all over again?
Okay. Can you my slide?
Dr. Kin, we
Yes.
actually can see your slide, but it's not moving. Can you please stop share and then we share again?
Share again.
Dr. Kin, maybe
Yes.
maybe we share it from here.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
you stop sharing from your device, and we will share from here.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
No. change ကဘယ်ကနေ change ရမလဲ slide yes Myanmar population. The current population of Myanmar is 54.89 million. Rural population 70%. Urban population 30%. Population density 70.1% in kilometer square. Capital is Naypyidaw. Next slide. Next slide. Myanmar nationality is the comprise major national ethnic race which stem 135 ethnic groups. The major national races are Burmese, Kachin, Kayin, Kayachin, Mon. The same is Burmese and Rakhine and Sian. The Burma from the larger national race constitution 70% of the whole population. The Khmer from hearing the Burmese is Mingla Pasing by women or Mingla Bagja side by the men. Next slide. Next slide. The most popular culture in Myanmar image result of Myanmar culture and lifestyle. Buddhism is almost 90% of Myanmar population practice Buddhism in major regions with the sum of 300 million worldwide. Its two main branches are the Theravada and Mahayana. While Theravada Buddhism focus on the individualized, the Mahayana tradition sees the bring celebration to all humans. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. Festival in Myanmar has Xinjiang, Angiporo Festival, Founder Ugora Festival, Elephant Dance Festival, Pimuremporo Festival. The day of Burmese New Year is biggest festival of the year and in celebration in every town, village, and hamlets throughout the country. Tanjipur Festival celebrated in the Tangji. This about Roundtime Tangji Festival. Purely Pura Festival in Inland Lakes. Elephant Dance Festival in the Chakse Township. Purely Pura Festival in the celebration in Purely Town. Next festival. And next slide. Next slide. Next slide. Our Department of Agriculture attributes the time of Myanmar main crop production. It is renowned for its production of rice, sugar, cane, and driving amongst other vegetables. Interestingly, Myanmar was one of the biggest exporters of rice in Asia. Rice is the country's primary agricultural product, which accounts for nearly 43% of the total agricultural production value. Myanmar and usually fertile soil and abundant water sources are legendary in Southeast Asia. It is even said that Myanmar has the most favorable agricultural conditions in all the Asia. Almost anything can be grown in the country, from food to vegetable, from rice to pulses. Next slide. Next slide. Sustainable land management practice in Myanmar main case of land degradation, physical features of land, climate factor, wind, and wind erosion or water erosion, salinization and alkalization, soil fertility depletion, and inappropriate cultivation practices. Our Department of Agriculture, especially by land use division, conduct demonstration for inter-farmer fee training to trainer, transfer or transferable land management technology to local community and land reclamation area. Next slide. Next slide. Major soil conservation priorities are trees cultivation, conduct cultivation, slow agricultural land technology or soft and intercropping cultivation, crop rotation, soil fertility management practices, and nitrogen use efficiency. Next slide. Next slide. Major soil fertility conservation practices are manure application, compost application, green manure apply, mulching, wind bridge or water bridge, water harvesting or water savings cultivations. Next slide. Challenge and soil conservation are lack of knowledge and technology, poor participation is low, selection or technology package, capacity and scale and budget. These further are challenges of soil conservation in my country. Next slide. Next slide. Failure for all sorts of slow agricultural land technology to adequate control soil erosion, to have restore soil structure and soil fertility, to efficient in food crop production, to get more income from diversified cropping system, to overcome crop loss by climate change, to save the environment. Our use of biochar, sometimes content and plus urea. This to control reduced greenhouse gas emission from residue planning, increase carbon in the soil, increase G through increasing nitrogen use efficiency of crops. Next slide. Our feed based on source of nitrogen for rice crop, indigenous supply, soil, crop residue and manure, irrigation water, and biological nitrogen fixation, based on the indigenous supply, external supply, and chemical fertilizer application. Crop-based nitrogen management are main strategy. Best external or fertilizer nitrogen supply to acquire crop demand and crop growing conditions in the field. Feed nitrogen deficiency symptoms on the diet. Applies overuse of nitrogen to prevent crop losses due to the pest disease and lodging. Monitor crop nitrogen status at regularly interval and apply nitrogen fertilizer as and when needed. Our use a chlorophyll meter based on soil and plant analysis development. The measure the leaf color intensity and test for nitrogen status accurately in situ in the field. It has determined the right time of nitrogen application to the rice. However, this instrument is the expensive, about $1,400 per unit. Another tool is the Ligala set, alternative tool for chlorophyll meter. This scale phase through 6. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. How to use LCC Ligala set is ACC reading for 40 days after transplanting or 21 days after sowing. The last reading is taken when the color just starts to flower. Randomly select at least 10 to these 3 rice plants or head in the field with the uniform plant population. Select the top most fully expanded leaf for the edge of plant. Place the middle part of the leaf. No. Place the middle part of the leaf on the chest and compare the leaf color with SEC cap. Lose my slides.
We are sharing. Wait a moment.
Oh. No clear. No clearly. No. Yes. Please submit the part of the leaf. Use the chat nuclear my sentence.
Can you see the slide on the screen? Is it clear or not clear?
No, no clear. Yes, I start. Start SCC reading for 50 days after transplanting or 21 days after sowing. The last reading is taken when the crop just starts to flower. Stage 3, randomly selected at least 10 to these 3 rice plants or head in the field with uniform plant population. Select the topmost fully expanded leaf on each head or plant. Place the middle part of the leaf on the chart and compare the leaf color with SEC shades. When the leaf color fades between 2 shades, the mean value is taken as the reading is 2.5 for color between 2 and 3. Do not detach or destroy the leaves. Measure the leaf color under the shade of your body because direct sunlight affects the color readings. If possible, the same person should take an SCC reading at the same time of the day every time. Next slide. Next slide. Repeat the process at 7 to 10 days in the bed. See the development of at critical growth stage, early tailoring, tailoring, panic initiation, and first flowering, and apply nitrogen as needed. Parameter, standard variety, and mid and low variety. Development variety, measurement interval, they are standard variety or especially this variety life is 10, 100, 100, and 110, 100. This 70 in the pay. And low development variety. This variety is in 130 and 150 days. This measurement interval is 10 days. Measurement period is in plus is 40 and 49 days after transplanting. 21 and 56 days after sowing date. Stage 10, if more than 5 hours of the 10 leaves below, Assess critical value apply 25 to 30 kilogram nitrogen per hectare for first season or low yield seasons. 30 or 35 kilogram nitrogen per hectare for dry season or high yielding seasons. Next slide. Suggested critical SCC value, variety of cross establishment method and critical payloads. The critical payloads is the symmetra indica variety and Tarai series in critical value 3. Symmetra indica variety transplanted fields for critical value. Local calibration always require test display SCC threshold level. Nitrogen fertilizer is more limiting element in the almost all soil. This figure shows nitrogen requirements figures. Next slide. Our agricultural activities are education to farmer and stretch and new technology and traditional practices, good agricultural practices to continuously activities. The fertilizer improvements is which experimented plot in the farm and farmer field. The soil that consists of nutrient in soil is laboratory capacity in we work. My presentation is here. Thank you for your interest. I'm only welcome to question and suggestion for my presentation.
Right. Thank you, Dr. Chin Chin Mo, for your quite comprehensive presentation. Yeah, we apologize for the difficulty just now. That's why you take so much time because of the technical problems. If there are any question from the participant, you can write in the chat room so that Dr. Chin can answer your question. Right. Once again, thank you, Dr. Chin. Right.
Yes.
For the Myanmar country report presentation.
Yes.
All right. So I made to understand that Indonesia is ready for their presentation. And may I now call upon Ms. Asi from Indonesia to present the country report of Indonesia. Ms. Asif from Indonesia. I'm not sure whether Indonesia is really ready for the slide presentation. If not, I need to move to the other country. Maybe Secretariat could help me to get the slide presentation from Indonesia, and then we could share from us here. All right, I may call Malaysia representative to present the country report. So may I call Malaysia to present your country report?
Yes, I'm ready.
All right, thank you. So Ms. Asmita, the floor is yours. You have about 15 minutes to present. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you very much to Dr. Florence. Okay, good afternoon to all the participants from ASEAN countries and greeting to all. All right, my slide, please. Okay. So here, I would like to present the country paper with the topic of soil fertility and nutrient management for rice crop in Malaysia. Next, please. Okay, this presentation will cover some general information about Malaysia, soil resources of Malaysia, soil fertility, relationship between soil fertility and soil productivity, site-specific nutrient management, and pilot project based on SSNM of granary area in Penang, and finally conclusion. Next slide, please. Okay, general information. Situated in Southeast Asia, and Malaysia consists of two main geographical regions separated by the South China Sea, where Peninsular Malaysia in the west, located between Thailand and Singapore, and the states of Sabah and Sarawak, located in the northern part of Borneo Island. Okay, according to the Department of Statistics, during 2021, the estimation of Malaysian population was 32.7 million people. The percentage of citizen population by ethnic group for 2020 and 2021 as shown in figure 2, where Bumiputra 69.8%, Chinese 22.4%, Indians 6.8%, and the rest are others. And the largest city and national capital is Kuala Lumpur, and Putrajaya is located about 25 km south of Kuala Lumpur, is served as the administrative center of the federation. Okay, Malaysian ringgit is the official currency of Malaysia, and the nature of climate in Malaysia is hot and humid weather throughout the years, and the average daily temperature across Malaysia is between 31 degrees and 32 degrees, and April, May and June are the hottest months of the year. And typically the Malaysian climate is influenced by the winds blowing from the Indian Ocean, which is southwest monsoon from late May to September, and South China Sea, northern eastern monsoon from October to March. And the northeast monsoon brings more rainfall compared to the southeast monsoon, and the average annual rainfall is 2,500 mm with 80% relative humidity. Next slide, please. All right, soil resources of Malaysia. Soils in Malaysia are developed from different parameters, topography and geomorphology, and generally soil in Peninsular Malaysia are divided into 6 major groups, consists of marine, riverine, sedentary, breeze and rework and organic soil. And for Peninsular Malaysia, has a physical area about 13.21 million hectares, Sarawak 12.3 million hectares, and Sabah 7.36 million hectares. So based on soil crop suitability classification, 53% of total area in Peninsular Malaysia was rated as suitable, 10% marginally suitable, and 37% rated as unsuitable, that consisted of state land. The suitability of a crop on a particular soil is determined by comparing the crop requirement and soil properties or limiting factors. For instance, for problem soils such as peat, acid sulfate soil, or even steepland. And the suitability rating either suitable, marginally suitable, or unsuitable. And for Sabah and Sarawak, 30% and 28% of the physical area was rated as suitable, while 70% and 70% as marginal and unsuitable, respectively. All right, next slide, please. Okay, this one a little bit introduction relationship between soil fertility versus soil productivity. So low fertile soil can be also made productive through proper management measures. And soil fertility is the status of soil to produce crop, while soil productivity is the resultant of various factors influencing soil management. And soil productivity measured in terms of growth and yield, and the interaction of numerous physical, chemical, and biological properties in soil control plant nutrient diversities, as known as soil fertility. And by understanding this process and how they are influenced by environmental condition during growing season, enable us to optimize nutrient availability and plant production. And I want to put here, all the production soils are fertile, but not all fertile soils are productive. Okay, next slide, please. Next slide. Okay, based on site-specific nutrient management, so we call it as a SSNM, is a plant-based approach, which enable farmers to optimize supply their crop with essential nutrient. And the optimal supply of nutrient for rice can vary from field to field depending on crop and soil management, and use of fertilizer, management of crop residue and organic matter, and crop cultivars. And the SSNM approach provide the principal guideline for tailoring nutrient management practices to specific condition. Okay, SSNM provide an approach for feeding the rice with essential nutrient as at when needed to achieve high yield and high efficiency of input use involve 3 steps. Okay, the first step is to establish the attainable yield target, which is location and season specific depending upon climate, rice cultivar, and crop management. And this yield target reflects the total amount of nutrient that must be taken up by the crop. And the second step is to ensure effective use of existing indigenous nutrient, such as from soil, organic amendments, crop residue and manures, and also irrigation water. And the third step is to apply fertilizer to dynamically fill the deficit between crop needs and indigenous supply, and to maintain soil fertility. All right, next slide. Okay, based on 4R of nutrient management concept, referred to effective use of nutrient to meet crop demands. So based on this concept, the 4R stand for right source, right time, right rate, and right place. This one can guide farmers follow for us when applying nutrient based on SSNM. So the first R is right source. Apply the right nutrient based on what the crop needs to grow. So that means what nutrients are already available in the soil. So we have to take into consideration about this management. So the next one is right rate. Apply the correct amount of nutrient that crop needs to grow to avoid under or over fertilization. Means that match amount of fertilizer applied to the crop nutrient uptake. What is the crop nutrient demand? So we have to consider all these things. Okay, the third R is right rate. Apply the nutrient when the crop needs as the crop start to grow and after it harvested to replenish the soil, normally at a critical growth stage. And lastly, the right place, apply nutrients in the right place, so more nutrients are used by the crop and soil and less to the environment. Okay, next slide. Okay, this one, the current fertilizer management in Malaysia. So the fertilizer supplied by Malaysian government through subsidy scheme according to the blanket rate. So under this scheme, the total nutrient received by the West Coast are 104, 42, 62 kg per hectare of N, P2O5 and K2O, while the East Coast is 103, 53 and 62 kg per hectare, which show little variation in the rate of P fertilizer supply. So blanket fertilizer application may lead to over fertilize in some paddy areas and under fertilize in others, or apply a proper balance of nutrients. Okay, next slide. Okay, based on implementation of SSNM in rice crop, so the estimated planted area for paddy production in Malaysia is about 699,980 hectares with average yield 4.183 tons per hectare. This one referring to DOA to 2020. So project, the implementation of SSNM in rice crop covers all granary areas under 11 Malaysian Plan 2016 to 2020 and non-granary areas in Peninsular Malaysia under 12 Malaysian Plan for 2021 to 2025. Okay, next. So the objective of the project to provide information on soil type and soil fertility status according to specific location of the granary and non-granary area. And the second one is to provide recommendation for soil remediation and fertilization according to specific location to meet the nutrient needs of rice crops. Next, please. Next slide, please. So there are 7 phases of implementation according to this SSNM. So the first phase is soil survey and sampling to determine the profile distribution and analytical data, to collect the analytical data. And then the second phase is analyze the sample for soil chemical properties. The third phase, interpretation of data analysis and mapping. And also we conducted a field study on soil bearing capacity for selected areas. And the fourth phase, recommendation of soil recumulation. And the phase 5, site specific fertilizer for pre-recommendation. And the next phase is field verification and upscaling carried out by MARDI. And the last phase is location specific fertilizer recommendation. Right, next slide. So the output of the project consists spatial data on soil type, soil fertility status, and soil bearing capacity. And the second one is recommendation of soil reclamation and mechanization. The third one is location specific fertilizer recommendation based on soil test and target yield or attainable yield. And the last one is we provide technical extension services related to soil crop management for government agencies and farmers. Okay, next slide. And the last one for the outcome, of course, to increase the crop yield or productivity and farmers' income. All right, for the project output, okay, according to some study as reported by ZOO 2013, he stated that in order to avoid under or over fertilization, the information of characteristic of distribution, patterns, spatial variability of soil nutrient, and texture status must be used as guide for precise fertilization based on the actual content of soil nutrient and soil characteristic. So the estimation of location-specific fertilizer recommendation was carried out based on soil test and attainable yield. For instance, 5, 6, 7, and 8 metric ton per hectare, as shown in this slide. And most of all these rice granary areas, it was estimated that fertilizers rate for 5 to 8 metric ton per hectare were lower for nitrogen and higher for phosphorus and potassium, except for some areas for Aida Barat Laut, were lower for potassium as compared to current subsidy fertilizer rates. Right? These are some project we find out carried out based on this project. Okay, based on pilot project in Aida Pulau Pinang. Next slide. Alright, SSNMM was implemented in Penang as a pilot project, and as for verification study of fertilizer condition based on soil fertility status and attainable yield. So based on this slide, distribution of major soil groups in Penang granary area. So indicate that in 82% of the total area consists of marine alluvial soil, 7.3% urban land or disturbed land, 5.3% riverine alluvial, 0.2% breeze soil, and 1.1% is others. So marine clay deposits are mostly in the west coast, while sandy deposit, also known as breeze soil, in the east coast Peninsula Malaysia. All right, next slide.
Miss Asnita, can you be, with that, because of the time constraint, can you be more faster to finish your presentation?
Alright, no problem.
Right. Yeah.
Okay, so these are some of the product based on a project we have been done. So one of the product, one of the output is a soil bearing capacity map. So from here, from this map shows that 78% of the study area consists of non-soft soil. Soil bearing capacity is the ability of the soil to withstand the load imposed on it. All right, next slide. Okay, this one is a soil pH map. So according to the soil map, shows that 64.9% of the total granary area in Penang with the pH range more than 5 will 33, while 33.2% and 1.9% of pH 4.5 to 4.9 and 3.51 to 4.9 respectively. So in this one is in general, so we can relate digital map that maps relate the picture to given geographical location, so that we can visualize in the management part. All right, next slide. Next slide, please. So for the output for liming recommendations, so the pH management of the soil is the most important factor, because when it comes to problem with the low pH soil, the availability of some nutrient is limited or can cause the toxicity. So as for the liming recommendation, as shown in this table, more of that area is more than pH 5. So in total, the granary area in Penang require a total of 4,692.89 metric ton of lime. Right, next slide. So based on CEC map, CEC is a cation exchange capacity. which is a useful indicator of soil fertility because it shows the soil ability to supply 3 important plant nutrients such as calcium, magnesium, and potassium. So as for this CEC map show that 18.2% of the total granary area with CEC more than 20 centimole, and the dominant area is 62.8%, under 10 to 20 centimole per kg soil. Right. So the map produced according to the cadastral lots. So for further soil management to improve the soil fertility status. All right, next slide, please. So for output for organic material recommendation, that factor influencing the CEC include the soil types, the soil pH, and the soil organic matter content. So by adding the organic matter is the most effective way to improve the CEC. As for organic material recommendation, CEC range 10 to 20 require 1 to 2 metric ton per hectare and 3 to 5 metric ton of CEC below than 10 centimole per kg soil. Alright, the table 1 show that the CEC content based on different clay type and texture and soil organic matter. Alright, next slide, please. Have to run faster.
Yeah, maybe you can sum up, Ms. Asmita.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
Because
another
you are really run of time actually.
Alright, another two last slide. Okay,
Alright,
this one is the map, Nissan soil map. So according to this map, the dominant area is under the moderate classes, which is 60.2% in granary area in Penang. Right. Next slide, please. So according to this table, Barat Daya, SPP, SPS have the highest percentage under high classification of soil nutrient status compared to SPU have the highest percentage under moderate classification. All right, next slide, please. So this is the output for fertilizer combination for granary area in Penang. All right, based on soil fertility status and attainable yield. So SPS and BD with attainable yield of 8 metric ton per hectare. SPS and Barat Daya can categorize by as fertile soil, and with location specific fertilization recommendation 60, 90, 60, 70 kg per hectare and 60, 90, 60, 75 kg per hectare attainable yield with 8 metric ton per hectare. So the location, so from this information, a treatment map of DSS decision support system can be developed utilizing GS, agronomic, economic, and environmental software to help the farmers manage his field. All right, next. So for the conclusion, the pattern of spatial variability based on this in situ soil fertility status may provide information of soil behavior for the land management and improve the decision for field management practices such as fertilizer recommendation rate and location specific fertilizer recommendation approach developed as a part of precision farming technology for rice crop in Malaysia. For that's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Asmita, for your quite detailed country report presentation. I can say it took so much of time, and I believe there will be questions from the participant. So I may ask the participant to write in the chat room. You can also directly chat to the person, or you can chat to anyone who have questions. There's one question, I'm not sure it's coming from the YouTube. I'm not sure to whom she or he asked question, but what is the effect and interactions of heavy metals, CD and SCR contamination, fertilizer, NPK, and biocharic remediants on rice plant? I think I may ask somebody to answer the question. Right. All right. I'm seeing that the Indonesia is already online. Thank you very much once again, Miss Asnita. Okay. Please invite Indonesia.
I'm ready.
Yeah. All right. Your floor is yours.
I will share. Yes,
Right.
I will share my
All right.
presentation. Okay, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm glad to see you all. How are you? Hopefully you are in good condition. Let's introduce myself. My name is Asih Farmia. I'm from Ministry of Agriculture, Republic of Indonesia. Now I will to present our paper who arranged by our team. So I represent my friend here. Maybe you see my PowerPoint.
We still can see your PowerPoint.
Already?
No, we cannot see your PowerPoint.
Yes, I'm so sorry. So sorry. Is it hard raining in Indonesia? Hard raining. Yeah, not good connection, doctor. Yeah, so sorry. Yes. Okay. You see? You can see my PowerPoint already? Not yet?
Not yet. Right. The other alternative, maybe you could share in the chat room, and then our secretariat could share for you.
Okay. I will share. Already okay? Not yet? I will stop before yes.
Not yet.
Not yet, okay.
Yeah.
Why? Getting trouble, so sorry. Condition. Maybe I will send to the committee. Okay. It's okay.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for you waiting for me here. Okay. Now I will give information about our presentation. The title of use of leaf color chart in integrated crop management. But before I giving you giving the information, I will give you overview of Indonesia, my country. Indonesia located in 6 degrees north latitude to 11 latitude, and also between Pacific Ocean and the Indian Ocean, between continue Asian and the Australian continent. Maybe you have before about the information my country like that. Indonesia also is an archipelagic country. We have 70,000 islands. We have 17,000 islands and has 34 provinces Our national language is Indonesia. Population also big population. It's small, you know, this one. you see the total in Indonesia. I don't know, maybe the big five or the big population in the world in Indonesia. This is the map of Indonesia. The big five of island is Sumatra, Borneo, also Java, Sulawesi, and Papua. This is the big island. We have the national symbol is the Garuda Pancasila. And our motto is unity in diversity. The basis of the state is Pancasila. This is in our country like that. The slide is an overview about the Indonesia culture and also the religion. This is the humanity condition in Indonesia. Maybe the Malaysia people know about Reok. Reok, yeah. Maybe in Malaysia people maybe known about that. Reok from Java, East Java province, because we have more 300 ethnic and 1,340 sub-ethnic. So many culture in Indonesia. This is a bit information on culture Indonesia. Number one is in here. There. See here. Pendek dance from Bali Island. Flat dance from West Sumatra province. Dayak dance from Borneo, and also jumping stone from Nias Island. Indonesia recognized 6 religions. Islam, this one, 86.7%. Christian Protestant, 7.6%. Catholic, 3.12%. Hinduism, 1.70%. Buddhism, 0.77%. Also Konghucu. This is the latest religion which recognized by our government. It's Konghucu. This one, the place worship the religion in Indonesia, Istiqlal Masjid, Church, Pura, we call in Pura, Vihara, and also Borobudur Temple for Buddha religion. Next slide. I will give you about the medical activity in Indonesia. We also using the vehicles like tractor, transplanter, harvester. After harvested, we also conduct the activity seed practice in laboratory seed practice. And after that, this is the seed storage. Sometimes our government supports the farmer to giving the vehicles, the vehicle like tractor, like transplanter, also harvester for the farmer and through the farmer group. Now, the slide, I will give you information about the nutrient management tools in paddy fields, which done in the farmer level in Indonesia. We have known before, leaf color chart. The function of color chart is a tool for measuring the level of plant needs. You know that leaf color chart is easy to find out how much nutrients should be given to plants. Agriculture experts, such as agriculture extension worker, farmer use tools such as to one below and also to measuring the level of plant nitrogen needs by measuring the level of greenness of the leaf color, so that it can be seen the amount plant nutrient. LCC are used to correcting the dose on nitrogen fertilizer that has been, so that it becomes more precisely according to plant condition. Second one, paddy field soil testing device in Indonesia, PUTS, perangkat uji tanah sawah. In Indonesia and Malay maybe is same, perangkat uji tanah sawah. It is a quick and easy tool for analyzing soil nutrients that can be done in the field. Its benefit, we have known that this is the sample, very simple device to check the condition of soil. Number one, it can be used to determine the nutrient status of nitrogen, phosphorus, kalium, and also soil potential hydrogen, RPH. Second one, provide recommendation for more precise and efficient fertilizer doses because they are based on soil nutrient status and also plant needs. The third one, this set of PUTS region can be used to analyze 50 soil sample with an expiration date ranging from 1 to 1.5 years from the time the packages was opened. This one, the activity using the paddy field soil testing device, agriculture extension officer to giving guidance for the farmer using the PUTS. The next, third one, organic fertilizer test device. You know that we organic fertilizer test device or PUPO in Indonesia, perangkat uji pupuk organik, is a tool for analyzing the levels of nitrogen, phosphorus, and kalium in solid organic fertilizer quickly and easily, very easily. Using this one, which can burn in the field easily. It is also can help market players and fertilizer supervisor to monitor the quality of fertilizer circulating in the market. So they can take the necessary step by determining or analyzing the level of NPK or also pH and C in fertilizer. This result of the analysis were matched with the nutrient contents in the fertilizer packaging. This is the sample, the vehicles with using in the field. This is the sample, sample organic fertilizer. Fourth one, Smart Soil Sensing Kit or S3 key. The soil sensing kit is an advanced technological innovation to determine the chemical properties of soil using an infrared sensor with a wavelength of 1,300 to 2,600 nanometer, so that the process of determining soil properties is faster. Soil properties data are quantitative and more practical to use indoors and outdoors. Maybe we should better know that this kit launched in December 2019. The originator is researcher from the Soil Research Institute. His name is Mr. Ada F. Sirgar. S3K is equipped with decision support to provide a recommendation for fertilization according to soil properties and nutrient needs of rice, corn, and also soybean. In here, parameter, yes.
Excuse me, Miss Asi. There will you have about 1 or 2 minutes left.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I will make
Yeah,
it short. Yes,
yeah,
okay.
yeah. You can fasten a
One.
bit, right?
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
They said the fit one fertilizer test equipment or PUP installed for analyzing the level of NPK in solid and organic fertilizer quickly and easily, which can be done in the field. This one, integrated crop management. Integrated management lowland risk is an innovation to support the increased rice production, the based on four principle, integrated, synergetic, location specific, and participatory. Or PTT, pengelolaan tanaman terpadu. This use of leaf color chart in integrated crop management. This one, like that, the recommendation. And conclusion, it can be concluded that the use of tool is very useful for our farmers. For example, leaf color chart and other tools, because they can find out how many doses of fertilizer should be given to plants. Thank you so much for attention. Terima kasih.
All right. Thank you so much, Ms. Asi from Indonesia, for your country report presentation. It's quite detailed as well. Thank you for your sharing. Due to the time constraint, with the other participant from the AMS, I will request participant to ask questions in the chat room. So you can answer the questions in the chat room. So any participant have questions to Indonesia, you can write your questions in the chat room. Thank you very much once again, Ms. Asi, for your kind presentations. All right, we will go to the last country report presentations, that is from Thailand. May I now invite the representative from Thailand to present your country report? Unmute, please, Thailand. Are you going to share your slide presentation? We didn't see any slide presentation yet. All right, Thailand, please. Yeah, we can't hear any from Thailand. Your voice was very soft. Maybe you can speak up a little bit louder.
Hello, I'm from Thailand.
All right. Okay, now we can hear you. All right, please, Thailand.
Okay. That first, I am Pichapon Phonphuek, and I am an agricultural extensionist from Production, Promotion, and Development Group at the China's Province Agricultural Extension Office, and this is my great co-worker, Hello. Hello, my name is Kishiapon Sikem. I am agricultural extensionist at the China Provincial Agricultural Extension Office. And here is our smart farmer.
ฮัลโหลบุญฤทธิ์หอมจันทร์
He has about 15 years of cultivation experience. And
Yeah, please proceed.
Wait a second. Have you ever been to Thailand? Did anyone come to Thailand?
Yes, I am.
No chair.
Okay. Will you see it? Can you see my?
Yeah, we can see your presentation.
Okay. Thailand is now farmer as a Siam, and officially is the Kingdom of Thailand. And Thailand has the capital in Bangkok, and it is country in Southeast Asia. Next, the weather. Next slide. The weather of Thailand is warm and I'm sorry. The weather of Thailand is warm and rather humid, depend on the season and the location of each area. In the winter, the average temperature is around 28 degrees Celsius, and the weather will be hot on April. In the summer, temperature can count about 30 to 40 degrees Celsius. And this is the Thailand culture and traditional. It is so common way explain the gratitude is why. This is the traditional is why, which consists of the slide bowl with the palm pressed together in the prayer like a fashion is like a common way to explain like hello, สวัสดี สวัสดีค่ะ and apologize and say goodbye. To the Muay Thai or Thai boxing is a famous culture of Thailand. It uses the whole body as a weapon and a shield. In Thailand, there are around 50% of area is suitable for agriculture. Clear? Okay, this is a crop in Thailand. This crop in Thailand is around 52% of area is suitable for agriculture. And the crop cultivation in Thailand is very China province, which is forget. China province is one of provincial province of the central region of Thailand, and there are 2,000 kilometers and has population around 332,000. And the photography of China is a lowland area at the south near river so the area in China. And in China, around 18% of the total area is agricultural area. And next, I will explain about my mission job of Department of Agricultural Extension. We have driven with the work to extension the control from farmer network. Very important community soil fertilizer management center or MSC. The community soil fertilizer management center is a kiosk mechanism to drive COA. Work on promote and soil fertilizer because it is community based and operate according to farm needs and encourage to solve their problems. It's our variety for community and community. And the mission of the soil fertilizer the mission of community fertilizer soil management center. One, to provide knowledge on soil analysis and soil service to farmers and soil analysis services within the macronutrients. Alright. And what we do with the soil service? What we do in the community soil fertilizer soil management center. In this process is training for farmers about how to use the chemical fertilizer based on soil and tailor-made fertilizer. Firstly, the farmer has to analyze the soil before applying the fertilizer into the soil. For the chemical fertilizer on soil and farmer use the fertilizer follow the recommend of soil analysis process. The soil in the farmer must be analyzed in order to get the information about the micronutrients. Then you analyze how compared to the balance
We can hear you, Thailand.
Hello.
Yeah.
Rice Store Incorporation influence soil organic matter for paddy soil. The area of the stubble is plowed last year, about volume 2,700 light. Laser land leveling. Next slide, please. And laser land leveling. Laser area leveling is rice fields years 2017 to 2018, operating in Muang Chainat district, amounting to 10 plots, Sankhaburi district, 55 plots, total area 484 rice, and alternate wetting and drying. Mr. Lampong Phuwong, a model farmer of alternate wetting and drying. In sub-district, Muang Chainat district, Chainat province, with his area about 10 rice. And the last one, smart farmer Mr. Bunyalit. He is assistant of China's provincial corporation. Teach about farmer according to other farmer. Is advisor the Kubota company by using compare paddy field status. The integrated with the Ministry of Agriculture and Cooperatives, the Rice Department, Department of Agricultural Extension, GIZ, German International Corporation based in Bangkok, Thailand Environment Institute, et al. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Thailand. Thank you. You have a good, very good presentation with a good team, with the with the officers and the farmers. And I believe the government of Thailand have supported a lot the farmers so much, and the farmers have benefit all the assistance from the government. Right. Thank you so much. And if there are any questions from the participant, you may also can ask through the chat room, or I can open a few minutes to a participant to ask a question. But before that, please be reminded to complete the evaluation questionnaire. We really appreciate your comments and input to improve our future activities. It's already been share in the chat room. Yeah, participant, please complete the evaluations. All right. I seen a few questions were in chat room as well, and Miss Sopos from Cambodia has already answered the questions, and maybe there's also questions directly to the participant or the presenters, and they already been answered. All right. Okay. No questions from the participants, right? Okay, so maybe everyone was quite tired because it's for Malaysia time is already almost 1:15 p.m. Actually, it's our lunch break here in Malaysia, and I'm sure it's also the lunch break in your country. All right, all AMS has presented your country report. Thank you so much for sharing your experience of LCC implementations in your country. We appreciate it very much. That's conclude our 2 days webinar program. Congratulations and thank you for all your support to our webinar. Without your participations, the webinar will not success. And we also apologize for all the difficulties occurred during the webinar. We can't avoid that is online. This always happen as an online webinar. Right. Before we close the webinar, could we have photo sessions with all AMS participants together once again? It is for our report and remembrance purposes. Everyone, please please on your camera, please. Have everyone open your camera. All right. Okay. And I may need to ask our secretariat to, all right, so our secretariat to give us net. All right. Ready, everyone? 1, 2, 3. Okay, one more time. 1, 2, 3. All right, freestyle, everyone. All right, 1, 2, 3, once again. All right, thank you so much for your kind participations. All right, thank you. But we are now come to the end of the webinar program. To conclude and to close the webinar on the Leaf Color Chart application, it is my great pleasure to invite Ms. Donna Lakai, Deputy Director of Agriculture Extension Division, comes the national focal point of the ASEAN Sectoral Working Group on Agricultural Training and Extension, AUGEC, to deliver her closing remarks. Ms. Donna Lakai, please.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Florence. Good afternoon, honorable participants of webinar on Leaf Color Charts application. It's my great pleasure to provide a very short closing remarks. I know everybody is tired. It's been a long day in front of the computer, And as a focal point for AUGET in Malaysia, we are ready to conduct this webinar, and I'd like to thank all participants and attendance. We are pleased that throughout the webinar, participants have a fruitful discussion, especially sharing management on nutrients in the paddy, especially using the LCC. For Malaysia, we introduced the LCC applications in order to attract the youngsters to involve in the food production, because these youngsters are more technology savvy. So during the country presentation this morning and this afternoon, all participants from Asian member countries have shared their country's approach, tools, and experience, especially in nutrient management. And we hope this information will empower the participants. For the extension agents, it will help us to strengthen our extension services, and for the farmers, it will help them to make a precision decision in nutrient management. This will help everyone to sustain the environment and also the ecosystem in producing safe food for our own consumption. And lastly, on behalf of the organizing team, we apologize for all shortcomings, especially in the technology part. And thank you, and hope to see you soon in the next AUGET program. Okay, thank you. Back to Dr. Florence.
Thank you so much, Mr. Dalakai, for your closing speech. And with that, the webinar on leaf color chart applications are officially closed. A big applause to all of us for the success of the webinar. Thank you so much. Terima kasih. Till we meet again in the other events in future. Stay safe, everyone.
Thank you. See you again.
Yeah.
Thank you all.
Thank you all. Stay
Thank you
safe,
so much for the
everyone.
committee. Thank you so much. Nice webinar.
Bye-bye,
Okay,
Terima
please be
kasih.
reminded
Terima
that all
kasih.
slide presentation will be shared to all participants. This slide presentation will be shared to all participants. The country reports, the resource persons, the presentations will also share to the participants. We will email to you.
Thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
All right. Thank you so much, everyone.
Bye. Bye. See you next time. Success for the committee. Thank you so much for your facilitation for us. Okay, maybe
Thank you,
hopefully.
Yeah, thank you, Miss Asi. Next time we go to Indonesia.
Wow, I'm waiting for you. Kita menunggu.
Ya.
You visit Indonesia.
Sampai ketemu, Bu.
Sampai ketemu, ya. Sampai ketemu, Ibu. Silakan kontak kami di sini. Have phone number, okay?
Right.
See you.
Ya. Titip salamnya sama Ibu Rini.
Bu Rini, iya.
Ya.
Kirim salam, iya, greeting. Iya, nanti saya sampaikan.
Ya.
Ya, nanti ya. Baik, terima kasih semuanya.
Ya.
Sukses untuk semuanya. Salam sehat.
Ya, sukses semuanya.
Sukses semuanya in Malaysia also.
Ya.
Ya, for the Malaysian people.
Ya. Right.
Permission, I wanted to leave. Okay.
Yeah, okay. Thank you so much once again, everyone.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. Mr. Foss, how are
Yes.
you? Are you
I'm
enjoying?
fine.
Are you enjoying the webinar?
Yes, but at the moment my internet error, so I can hear you all.
Right. All right. Say stay.
So it's time to finish now.
Cambodia.
Yes.
I've been to Cambodia.
I want to ask you about the meeting first finish.
The meeting is finished.
Finished already?
Yeah, finished already. Yes, the meeting is finished already. Yeah, you
Yes,
missed.
because
you missed the closing. The closing just now.
yes,
Yeah.
because my internet is have problem.
Yeah, we understand. We understand.
Yes.
Yeah. So yeah, the meeting is already finished. The webinar is already finished. Thank you so much for your participation.
Yes. Thank you so much for joining it today.
Mr. Foss, can you hire your face? We need to take your picture because you are not in the picture just now. Yeah.
Yes.
All right. All right. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Goodbye. See you next
Bye.
time.
See you again next time.
Yes.